Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang teman-teman semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Puji syukur marilah kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas berkat rahmat dan karunia-Nya kita semua dapat kembali berkumpul dalam Learning Center Dots ULCC 2022 pada pertemuan keempat hari ini. Oke, baik. Yang terhormat kepada para pemateri sekaligus adjudicators, Kang Arik, Erviana Putra, dan juga Teh Khadijah, serta teman-teman panitia dan peserta yang saya banggakan. Baik, teman-teman, sesuai dengan redaksi yang telah dibagikan tadi, untuk agenda hari ini adalah kita akan melaksanakan preliminary round. Nah, sebelumnya aku juga mau mengucapkan terima kasih kepada teman-teman semua yang telah mengumpulkan tugas video. Nah, tadi kita sudah mendapatkan 12 nama yang akan kita tandingkan di preliminary round hari ini. Namun karena ada beberapa yang berhalangan hadir, maka untuk preliminary round hari ini terdiri atas 8 orang. Oke, namun sebelum itu, untuk mengulas kembali mengenai apa saja tugas-tugas dari masing-masing role, aku akan mengulasnya kembali kepada tim operator. Dimohon untuk share screen-nya. Oke, boleh di next? Oke, untuk yang pertama ini ada role Prime Minister, yang mana bertugas, pertama ini introduction the motion, Prime Minister akan bertanggung jawab untuk mendefinisikan dan menginterpretasikan mosi. Prime Minister harus mendefinisikan istilah kunci apapun yang terkait dengan mosi. Misalnya untuk mosi This House Regrets, Merdeka Belajar Program. Prime Minister harus mendefinisikan apa itu Merdeka Belajar Program dan substansi lainnya yang ada di dalam mosi. Lalu yang selanjutnya, Prime Minister ini akan memperkenalkan poin-poin utama, mengembangkan case, terdiri dari satu atau lebih argumen yang mendukung interpretasi Prime Minister atas mosi tersebut. Selanjutnya ada Leader of Opposition, yang mana bertugasnya menerima definisi mosi yang diberikan oleh Prime Minister, menyanggah case Prime Minister yang mendukung mosi, dan menyusun satu atau lebih argumen yang ditujukan untuk menentang interpretasi Prime Minister atas mosi tersebut dengan alasan yang persuasif untuk meyakinkan audiens agar menolak argumen pro tersebut. Next. Oke, selanjutnya ada role Deputy Prime Minister. Tugasnya menyanggah case dari pembicara oposisi pertama atau Leader of Opposition. Selanjutnya, rebuild atau membangun kembali dan mempertahankan case maupun argumen yang diajukan oleh Prime Minister sebelumnya. Lalu, Deputy Prime Minister ini dapat menambahkan satu atau lebih argumen baru terhadap case yang diajukan Prime Minister. Nah, di akhir pidato, Deputy Prime Minister ini, audiens dapat melihat case yang diajukan Prime Minister masih berdiri kokoh seperti saat pertama kali diajukan. Lalu yang terakhir, memperkenalkan poin-poin dan bukti untuk memperkuat argumen mereka. Mohon maaf, belum. Oke, selanjutnya itu adalah Deputy Leader of Opposition, yang mana tugasnya, yang pertama, membela atau mempertahankan argumen sanggahan Leader of Opposition, membela mempertahankan argumen yang diajukan Leader of Opposition untuk memastikan argumen LOO ini masih berdiri teguh di benak audiens, lalu menambahkan satu atau lebih argumen, dan yang terakhir memperkenalkan poin-poin dan bukti untuk memperkuat argumen mereka. Oke, untuk role selanjutnya ada Member of Government, yang mana tugasnya pertama, mempertahankan perspektif umum, tim opening government, yaitu Prime Minister dan Deputy Prime Minister. Selanjutnya melanjutkan menyangkal argumen tim opening opposition, Leader of Opposition, dan Deputy Leader of Opposition. Namun tidak boleh menggunakan sanggahan yang sama seperti yang diberikan tim opening government, tetapi harus memperkenalkan poin-poin sanggahan yang baru. Untuk selanjutnya, mengembangkan satu atau lebih argumen baru yang berbeda, tetapi konsisten dengan case yang diajukan tim opening government atau extension. Untuk role selanjutnya, yaitu ada Member of Opposition, yang mana tugasnya pertama, mempertahankan perspektif umum tim opening opposition, Leader of Opposition, dan juga Deputy Leader of Opposition. Selanjutnya melanjutkan menyangkal argumen tim opening government yang terdiri atas Prime Minister dan juga Deputy Prime Minister, namun tidak boleh menggunakan sanggahan yang sama seperti yang diberikan tim opening opposition, tetapi harus memperkenalkan poin-poin sanggahan yang baru. Lalu harus memberikan sanggahan atau perlawanan yang lebih spesifik atas argumen baru yang diajukan oleh member of government. Lalu yang terakhir ini mengembangkan satu atau lebih argumen baru yang berbeda tetapi konsisten dengan case yang diajukan tim opening opposition. Oke, selanjutnya ada government whip yang mana tugasnya satu, membantah extension yang diajukan oleh member of opposition, harus mempertahankan extension yang diajukan member of government, meringkas perdebatan dan perspektif sisi pro, lalu mempertahankan sudut pandang umum dari kedua tim pro dengan perhatian khusus terhadap case atau argumen tim closing government, dan tidak boleh memberikan argumen baru. Lalu, selanjutnya ada opposition whip. Tugasnya membantah extension yang diajukan oleh member of government. Yang kedua, harus mempertahankan extension yang diajukan member of opposition, lalu meringkas perdebatan dari perspektif sisi oposisi. Selanjutnya, mempertahankan sudut pandang umum dari kedua tim oposisi dengan perhatian khusus terhadap case atau argumen tim closing opposition. Dan yang terakhir, tentunya tidak boleh memberikan argumen baru. Oke, next. Oke, untuk selanjutnya ini ada beberapa rules atau peraturan selama preliminary round ini berlangsung. Yang pertama, pidato atau speech-nya harus berdurasi 7 menit. Pidato lebih dari 7 menit 15 detik dapat dihukum. POI atau Point of Information hanya dapat ditawarkan antara menit pertama sampai 6 menit pidato yang ditandai dengan 1 kali bunyi bel pada menit pertama dan 1 kali bunyi bel pada menit ke-6. Lalu yang kedua, untuk mengajukan POI, peserta harus raise hand menggunakan fitur di Zoom ini dan mengaktifkan mikrofon. Peserta dapat mengumumkan bahwa mereka ingin menanyakan point of information. Lalu selanjutnya, anggota yang berbicara dapat menerima atau menolak untuk menjawab POI. POI tidak boleh lebih dari 15 detik. Dan selanjutnya, rules yang keempat, anggota yang sedang berbicara dapat meminta orang yang menawarkan POI untuk duduk di tempat yang menawarkan atau memiliki kesempatan yang wajar untuk didengar dan dipahami. Lalu yang kelima, points of order dan points of personal privilege tidak diizinkan. Lalu ada tambahan, untuk semuanya, untuk semua peserta diharapkan wajib sekali untuk menyalakan kamera. Oke, terima kasih. Ya, baik. Oke, baik teman-teman. Demikian sudah ulasan yang dapat aku sampaikan mengenai responsibility dari masing-masing role yang akan kita gunakan dalam preliminary round hari ini. Nah, setelah ini aku akan membacakan masing-masing role yang digunakan oleh teman-teman sekaligus dengan nama-nama teman-teman sekaligus dengan role-nya. Oke, yang pertama ada Gania Balkis R as Prime Minister. Lalu yang kedua, Adinda Anugrah Putri as Deputy Prime Minister. And next, from the opening opposition, ada Irsa Ananta as Leader of Opposition, dan Widaningsi as Deputy Leader of Opposition. Kemudian, from the closing government, Korimutianinya as Member of the Government, and Nabila Yusran as Government Whip. Oke, untuk selanjutnya, Rona Khadijah as Member of the Opposition, dan Nur Adila as Opposition Whip. Oke, baik. Untuk selanjutnya ini, teman-teman akan dipandu oleh chairman, ada Nia dan juga Teh Eva. Lalu ada penanggung jawab kelas serta timekeeper dan juga educators kita, Kang Arik dan juga Teh Khadijah. Untuk selebihnya, saya serahkan kepada chairman. Terima kasih.
Oke, thank you, Sabila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to preliminary round of debate on the state. Before we start our debate competition for today, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Mia Afinda as the chairperson, and Miss Meliana will be the timekeepers for this session. The chief judge for today's debate, we have Mr. Eric from Law Department and Mrs. Khadija from English Education Department. So let me introduce the debaters to you. I guess we will repeat the name of the debaters and its role. So from as Prime Minister, we have Adinda as Deputy Prime Minister. From the opening opposition, we have Irsa Anantaka as Leader of Opposition and Widaningsih as Deputy Leader of Opposition. Next, from the closing government, we have Korim Mutianinea as Member of the Government and Nabila Yusran as a Government Whip. For the last, from the closing opposition, we have Rona Khadija as Member of the Opposition and Nur Adillah as Opposition Whip. Mungkin Family, could you please share screen? Once after the first minute and at the end of the 6th minute to signal the time allocated for points of information. At the end of the 7th minute, the bell will be rung twice to signal the end of the debate. Reminder to audience, you are not allowed to guide or help the debaters. And the motion for this round, next, please. As Indonesian, this house would only uses electric fuel-based transportation. You will be joined into breakout rooms to prepare your argumentation. So maybe for operator, have you prepared the breakout room? Okay, for opening government, you will be placed in breakout room 1. For opening opposition, you will be placed in breakout room 2. For closing government, you will be placed in breakout room 3. And last, for closing opposition, you will be placed in breakout room 4. We will be wait for the operator make the breakout room. And untuk operator,
Pasti lu udah mulai lagi.
Oke.
Teteh aku keluar dari break room. Maaf.
Karena udah selesai, emang udah selesai.
Oh begitu Kang, baik.
Okay. Time is up for argument preparation. So without wasting of any time, I would like to call the first speaker, our Prime Minister, Ms. Ghania Balkis. To begin your speech, your time is 7 minutes, starts when you first speak. For Ms. Ghania Balkis, time is yours. Ms. For Ms. Ghania Balkis, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so you can deliver your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. Start when you first speak. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now, Indonesia has declared its readiness to enter the era of electric transportation, and now has started to develop. Conventional land transportation in Indonesia use fossil fuels, which generate large amounts of pollution. So, and electric transportation is expected to improve transportation efficiency and serves to assist transportation in obtaining information, making transactions, reducing congestion, as well as increasing user safety and comfort. The benefits of using this electric transportation are to improve to be more efficient in various reduce exhaust emissions and prevent scale from forming in the combustion chamber. Enough. Okay, that's all from me.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Ghania. I would like to remind you, you can ask for point information around 1 minute after the timer has going. And for the last, you can ask for point information to the speaker who speak or deliver her speech until it's 6 or 1, until it's already running in 6 minutes. So next, I shall now invite the leader of the opposition for Ms. Irsa Ananta to begin your speech. For Ms. Irsa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Miss.
Okay, your time is 7 minutes. Starts when you first speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to argue with the opening side about their allegiance with the motion. As Indonesian, this household only use electrical-based transportation. As we all know, electrical is the largest charcoal source user, and it can be renewed. The things we need to remember is Indonesia has a wide charcoal supply, but not of good quality. So can be affect our environment by eroded natural resource. While we know that gasoline produced by petroleum refining has a lot of production, if this product put aside, it can affect our environment getting worse too as cash flow. And as I heard by their argument, the electrical based transformation, it can reduce the pollution, but I think the process of develop electrical based transformation, it can make worse since the pollution by processing the charcoal to be electric, it takes so many energy and so many natural resource. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Irsa. Next, I call upon the Deputy of Prime Minister for Ms. Adinda. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, you can deliver your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. Starts when you first speak. Time is yours.
Okay. Electric vehicles are one of the most promising technology for reducing emission in global transportation, but the benefit they bring depend on the provenance and of the power they run on. Today, too few electric vehicles are powered by renewable energy. For them to be truly green option, that has to change. The electric vehicle resource in the Sabanas, according to International Energy Agency, the number of electric powered passenger vehicles on the world's roads could surpass 250 million by 2030. While the International Renewable Energy Agency estimated the electric buses and the other mass transit vehicle could number well over 10 million. Because they have electric vehicle instead of the internal combustion engine, electric vehicles emit the exhaust from the tailpipe, which means that unlike traditional vehicles, they don't put carbon dioxide, ozone, and particulate pollution into the air we breathe. This is important because transport accounts for around 1/5 of global emission, with the road travel accounting for fully 3/4 of the amount. The majority of this comes from passenger vehicles, cars, and buses, which contribute 55.1%. The other 21.4% comes from trucks carrying freight. Moreover, this number is only set to increase a population growth and demographic shift drive ever more demand for road travel, not to mention the rise in e-commerce pushing up the need for freight and last mile delivery. With the World Health Organization of the WHO estimating that air pollution causes 1 in every 9 deaths worldwide, transforming our global transportation metrics to one run by electric vehicle would all but guarantee a safer and greener future to everyone or world. Electric vehicles rated anywhere between 24 and 50 electric to travel 1,000 miles, and this electricity comes from the ground with a national consumption by as much as 38% in 2050, in large part because of electric vehicles. Some cases, electric vehicles could be result in substantial greenhouse gas emission or even have extended to the life of fossil fuels if charged primarily with fossil fuel generated power. And by 2030, the amount of electric needed to power all the electric vehicles will be a whopping 60-40 TW. But to put that into perspective, the other 300 global corporations that have signed the real pledge to the 10,000 renewable purchase in aggregate around in 2,100 to TUVH a year, or over the third that amount. And what's really exciting about what is a means of overall electricity demand, EA projections show that global electricity demand will grow by more than a third by 2040, mainly due to the adoption of electric vehicle, which take electricity demand for transport from pretty much nothing to 4,000 a year. The raises electricity share in total final energy consumption from 90% in 2018 to 31 in 2040, overtaking oil and leaving coal in the dust. At last, we see all the unpredicted opportunity to decarbonize the energy metrics as electric vehicle drive electrifications, ensuring that this energy comes to renewable source will make us step closer to slashing power sector. Never mind. Electric vehicles are here to stay, but for them, there will be truly a great option. The future transportation, if whether we don't miss change to link them renewable energy, at last our bilateral PPA structure means that we can access OM charging infrastructure. Never mind. No, sorry. According to the Transportation Minister, the product races of the system that will be mass productive used by public in line the Ministry of Transportation champion to incur the uses of environmentally friendly vehicle. So they also sanguine about the electric motors to be used and has passed the vehicle test and can be solution in environmental problem such as global warming, the effect of greenhouse gases and carbon emission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Arinda for your speech. Now I would like to call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for Ms. Widaningsi. Are you available?
Yes.
Okay, you can start your speech. Your time is 7 minutes, starts when you first speak. Time is yours, Ms. Wida.
Okay, before beginning, I have my son stand here with clearly. The Honorable Adjudicator, the moderator that I respect. Thank for giving me an opportunity in this section. My outgoing panelists, everyone, and good afternoon, everybody. Hello, I'm Widaningsi as Deputy Leader. Will only use electric fuel-based transportation. Only. As Indonesian, can we only use electric fuel-based transportation? Electric fuel-based transportation and environment. What's the impact for the future? Can Indonesia get the SDGs program? Need to be asked again. The budget issue. I will special alone spend a lot of budget, especially regarding subsidies. Then what about the use of electric transportation? This is also in line with how public access to the availability of electric transportation is. How the public can access the electric fuel-based transportation. As we know, Indonesia is a developing country. Development is still not evenly distributed to remote village. Then, what about the user policy by only using electric transportation? Only. Will the government be able to implement change will err the production of oil fluid fuel and eventually eliminate them? Then the other task is was from fuel oil transportation. How carefully did the government plan this policy? Actually, who is this policy for? It's not public policy for the public, not for the elite group. Electric fuel transportation is not the only one, but one of alternatives for providing public facilities. If this policy is for the public, then not for fuel, and we are again using electric only transportation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for Ms. Wida. I would like to invite the member of the government for Ms. Korimutiania. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You can begin your speech. Time is 7 minutes, starts when you first speak.
I would like to bring my argument in 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, everyone, and honorable judges and educator, and this beautiful house. And this beautiful house, we will talk about as Indonesian is how to only use electrical bus transportation. But before we start it, I would like to give a rebuttal to the opposition. So the opposition didn't bring their argument completely and didn't understand the benefits of using electrical bus transportation. They just mentioning that process of making this electrical based transportation will bring a lot of energy. Meanwhile, we know that the conventional based transportation are fossil oil more harmful for the environment, and of course the fossil energy that not renewable. And also we know that this current situation is we had climate change. So there is then I would like to continue to my argument. There's three actors.
Excuse me, the time is 6 minute again. Thank you.
Hello. Inning of hello. Sorry.
Just proceed, Kor. We
Time
do not
is
see the
freezing.
time juga.
So-
Langsung aja,
Excuse me,
langsung.
the time is 6 minutes again. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So there is three actors that will be impacted to this electrical based transportation. The first one is the government, the second one is the society or the Indonesian, and the third one is conventional gas oil based transportation. We know that in economic aspect, this electrical fuel based transportation is more expensive, but we know the government could make the regulation or subsidy for the Indonesians for the better environment, and also the society would like to adapt a new size, no thank you friendly, and also they're more cheaper than the conventional one. So besides the minimum carbon, the global warming is also the serious issue, and of course we know that we have the climate change and emission that produced by the gas oil based transportation, according to the reset on 2000. According to the reset on 2018, that will be impacted to the environment like 60% to 70%. And also the benefits of using the electrical transportation is the first one is we will minimum of the pollution of sounds for the mass transportation. Of course, they're more effective and fast to take a lot of people like LRT and also MRT and so on. Thank you. That's all.
Chairman, before continuing to debate, several announcements. First, for the committee, if there are any trouble in the timing or the timekeeper, please do not disturb the speaker, and you can go ahead chat to the operator directly. Second of all, for the for the contestant, neglect the person yet to actually accept any POI and you still have so much time left, please do accept one at least. Third of all, for the comment, please just remind in the chat kindly with 1, 2, or 3 or 4 minutes, and please do kindly detail and correctly remind the time.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Arik for the reminder. I guess we have some trouble for the timekeepers. For the operators, could you please share screen again?
timer gimana? Gue kan udah ada ini nih, udah ada device-nya. Jadi gue nanti tinggal nge-remind aja di chat grup gimana.
So next, we have member of opposition to deliver her speech. For Miss Rona Hodijah, are you there?
Yes, Miss, I there.
Okay. You have 7 minutes to deliver your speech. Your time starts when you first speak. Thank you.
Okay, I will start my argument as member of the opposition. The transition of oil-fueled cars to electricity still risks the pros and cons of the community. One of the reasons electric cars are considered to be future vehicles is because they are considered capable of reducing air emission. Thus, Yanes Martinus Pasaribu, an automotive observer and lecturer at the Bandung Institute of Technology (ITB), has a different opinion regarding electric cars. According to Yanes, electric cars are not entirely environmentally friendly. Even using electric vehicles is actually not completely go green. The electric is from PLN. 35% of which use diesel, and the price of fuel is currently rising and use coal. This means that there is also carbon, so it is not fully environmentally friendly. Although it has many advantages, electric power cars also have serious long-term impacts if they are not carefully thought out. Some of the impacts that may arise as a result of the shift from oil-fired cars to electricity are increased electricity consumption. The first thing that is certain to happen from the transition of fuel power cars to electricity is the increase in electricity consumption. The policy to accelerate in implementation of electric vehicles certainly raises new challenges, considering that more than 60% of power plants in Indonesia are coal-based. Nugroho Adi Sasongko, Associate Engineer at the Process Industry and Energy Studies Center of the National Research and Innovation Agency, said that the facts on the ground contradict government policies regarding the NZA. Of course, this is contrary to government policy through the carbon neutrality target or net zero emission target (NZE) in 2050. Number two, the risk of disturbing health. Nugroho Adi Sasongko also believed that in the long term, the use of electric cars poses a risk to human health. According to Nugroho, carbon dioxide emission from the burning process of coal-based power plants can release harmful fumes that can trigger acid rain, respiratory disease, and even genetic change in living beings if they exceed a certain threshold. Electric vehicles, like other manufactured products, require various raw materials along their supply chain, which if not managed properly, the processing of this material presents the potential to damage the environment and human health. Number three, impede mobility if infrastructure is inadequate. It turns out that the transition of fuel power cars to electricity can also hamper the rate of mobility if battery charging stations are still difficult to find. This view was conveyed by Susan Gupta, research director for Wood Mackenzie in an interview with CNBC. In addition, the car battery charging post, which is still rarely found, will certainly make prospective buyers think twice, because if the battery is still difficult to charge, it will actually hinder mobility. Number four, oil imports will increase. Furthermore, Susan Gupta also believed that the increase in electricity consumption in Indonesia has also triggered an increase in oil import activities. This condition will only trigger an increase in the number of daily needs. This is because if oil production in Indonesia is not increased, oil imports will continue to increase. In the end, the current account will continue to be burdened, continuing the impact of the switch from fuel power cars to electricity. Number five, increased global warming. Instead of reducing air emission, electric cars can trigger global warming if not used wisely. People tend to charge their electric car at night after work. Jeremy Michalek, a professor of engineering at Carnegie Mellon University, claims that the increased use of electricity at night has increased the risk of global warming. Coal tends to be a critical factor. If you have an electric car that charges at night and force a nearby power plant to burn more coal to charge it, then the desire to be green is meaningless. You can even get more global warming. That's all the arguments I put forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Rona. Next, I shall now call upon the government whip, which is Nabila Yusran, For Ms. Nabila, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you may deliver your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. Starts when you first speak. Time is yours.
So I would like to strengthen the argument that are presented before. So maybe this kind of transportation that is electrical based that didn't fully environmentally friendly, but it still can help to reduce the air pollution because instead of emitting smoke into the air like gasoline fueled cars, the use of electric cars can help reduce of air pollution. Electric cars also produce smoother and quieter sound, so this is different from the cars in general that are use a fuel based. So this this kind of vehicle can produce the more quieter sounds, and this kind of vehicles can be easier to maintain too because it doesn't require the oil changes and other maintenance, and it only requires the battery maintenance. And about the budget that are mentioned before, there are still many people who are hesitant to choose an electric car because because of the factor of price. Indeed, the price of electric cars is still somewhat more expensive than some of gasoline-fueled cars, but this is only a preliminary calculation. So as we know, the cost of owning a gasoline-fueled car consists of the basic cost of buying the car itself, and the routine maintenance cost, the gasoline cost, and the tax cost. So the advantage of electric cars, among others, you can have all these costs. The government can provide a subsidy for this kind of vehicle too. So many people can adapt and change their kind of vehicle from the fuel-based vehicle to the electrical fuel-based transportation. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Nabila. And for the last, it is time now to the opposition whip to deliver her speech. For Ms. Nur Adila, are you available? Okay, for Ms. Nur Adila.
I'm here.
Okay. You can deliver your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. 21st.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon to all audience. I will start my speech now. Electric vehicles are indeed generally profitable when compared to conventional motorized vehicles, starting from much less emissions to increasingly cheaper prices. However, adjustments need to be made regarding the energy sources used, waste handling regulations, and their impact on social life. Don't let these vehicles that are considered green backfire on us and not work as they should. The presence of electric motorized vehicles in Indonesia is considered not only to help from an environmental point of view by reducing air pollution, but will directly affect the economic and energy sectors. The presence of electric vehicles is expected to reduce dependence on fossil energy so that energy security can be achieved. Reducing the use of fuel oil or BBM is ultimately expected to cut crude oil imports, which have the potential to save up to hundreds of trillions. In implementing government policies to accelerate the use of electric vehicles, the synergy and collaboration of various parties also needs to be continuously improved. The participation and support of the domestic industrial sector is ability of electric vehicle, supporting component in order to increase the proportion of domestic component level in the relations. Besides that, it will also open up industrial business opportunities such as better waste processing. I think that's enough from me.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Nur Adila. So that was the last speech. Okay, for the next session is verbal adjudication, but we will wait for the adjudicators to discuss about this round, about this debate round, and discuss, please, for the contestants or debaters, stay in this Zoom. So we will be ice breaking for about 15 minutes. And for the help me to place the educators to the breakout room.
Oh, absen.
Ya, bisa ngarahin gue sama Hodija untuk masuk breakout room nggak? Tolong.
Iya, bentar Kang. Operator boleh tolong masukin Kang Arik sama Teh Hodijah ke breakout room buat discuss.
Oke, halo teman-teman semua, untuk para debaters. Sekarang waktunya memasuki, kita istirahat sholat makan dulu ya. Kita break dulu sejenak selama 15 menit. Namun aku harap wajib ya teman-teman untuk tidak meninggalkan ruang Zoom ini karena kita akan beranjak ke sesi selanjutnya, ke sesi kedua. Nanti kita akan mengadakan preliminary round kembali. Oke, waktu 15 menit dari sekarang, teman-teman boleh istirahat sholat makan dulu, namun tidak untuk meninggalkan ruang Zoom ini. Oke, sampai jumpa di 15.45 ya teman-teman. Terima kasih.
Okay. The adjudicators has been discussed about this debate. So I hope that for the debaters, you can turn on your camera and go back to the Zoom. We will be move into the next session, which is verbal adjudication.
Okay. First of all, thank you everyone for debates. And first of all, I think I'm quite surprised that you guys actually shows so much progress rather than that next week, rather than last week. Last week was hell, literally. And I think in this debate, several points is actually are being brought up by all of you guys. You guys, all of you did a good job. Good job, and like you say that also most of you or some of you did more greater job than others. So first of all, about the motion, I'm going to give you three general comments about the motion. What should have the motion done? First of all, I think on the ideas of this motion, I believe that me and Odija believe that the motion should be brought on how that the necessity and also the capability of Indonesian people to actually able to solve the other side to use a chronicle based fuel to be their daily supply. I think I think those argument is actually something that way is actually one of the things that important rather than only talks about the pollution that exists from using non-electric or the electric ones. I think yes, talking about the pollution is actually something that also important. But I think in this debate generally you guys do not actually like link back the ideas on how that those pollution actually will bring more harm, will bring harm to Indonesian people. What was the example? For example, rather than you say that okay, air pollution is bad because it creates, for example, more carbon dioxide in the air, so it can make you hard to breathe. Rather than saying that, you say that look, in Indonesia we have so much consumption of vehicle that it leads on how much the carbon dioxide that produced in our air is actually really really big and really really many. Or that ideas on how that if we are continuing to do this, we're going to have a lot of children suffer from the lung cancer, for example. I think there's more like it. I think noting that, for example, in Karawang, we have such a lot of vehicle that goes around, and it's just something that bad. For example, you guys do not actually clear the stances on why it is actually something that was really important for Indonesian people. So you guys only talk about the general idea first. Second of all, I think the debate actually goes way clearer at the closing bench. Why? Because first, I think we believe the closing bench, both closing government and closing opposition, is actually defend, or, for example, provide more context and argument comparing to the opening bench. So I will continue to my decision. First of all, this is the result of the winning team for this round. First of all, the fourth position will go to opening government. The third position will going to the opening opposition. The second rank will be gone to the closing opposition, and lastly the winner, or the first rank, will be going to the closing government. So I'm going to give you several verbal adjudicate on why government opening government stand tall between those benches. Right? First of all, comparing to opening government, closing government to the opening government. Right? Well, I believe that we believe that first, opening government did actually provide more context to the debate. That's why it actually creates fake contextualization from the debate. For example, the prime minister did not actually give us more capable, more full example, more contemplating definition or urgency on how the description of the motion it is. That's why in the end of the day, opening government cannot actually stand between member of government and sorry, on the closing government, also on the ideas on how that closing been fake from the opening government. For example, the closing opposition bring us the actor of this debate, which in the place is actually have more contextualization, and in the also opening government, closing of government, even though it is impressively brought the ideas on how the models of this motion going to go, which the subsidize of the electronic full base in the end of the day. Right? So we believe that that's why opening government cannot stand tall with closing government. Second of all, on why closing government stand tall rather than opening opposition, right? Yes, we believe that opening opposition is actually make the debate clearer. For example, in the deputy of leader of opposition saying that, okay, this motion only talks about on how that the choices of people choosing their fuel-based vehicle is limited because you are only allowed to bring the electronic weapon, for example, is something with that way more clear, but it do not actually watch the situation on the ideas on how that I think opening opposition can actually argue, can actually fight, actually have a fight at least in with the closing opposition on the idea if, for example, the deputy of a leader of opposition try to argue to us on how that opening government done mess up on how that they do not actually define what only means, for example, and also the ideas on how that they do not actually have any debates at all. So basically, opening benches every bench, all of the sizes, whether it is opening or it is closing, is like a speech competition that actually have two sides. I think that's the best way to describe this debate. Is because why? Because you do not have any engagement with, even if that we actually try to POI some of it. I think it's a good thing for her to POI, and also it actually based for you also to receive those POI in the end of the day. But the problem is, even if that WIDA actually give us POI, or expected to have POI, but WIDA do not actually give us the rebuttal. So yeah, we could not see the rebuttal. Jadi kayak we wait for the rebuttals from WIDA, but because she actually offer a lot of POI, but in the end of the day you do not deliver this POI. So yeah, deliver those rebuttals. So then in the next round, I expect WIDA to actually have more rebuttal if the POI is not being answered. And that's the opening opposition. So Okay, the final one. Why closing government stand tall rather than closing question, right? We believe that yes, closing a question actually bring more factual arguments to the ideas on how that look. In the end of the day, electric base will also bring more harm on how that it is actually create pollution. It even actually be worse in the end of the day. This actually have a long-term impact, for example, on how coal use. But I think we believe, but I think that it is lack so much elaboration. Rona actually provide us with 10 ideas of argument. The problem is that Rona didn't actually elaborate neither one of it. So what I say is that rather than you actually have 10 ideas of argument, it is actually way more better for you to have, for example, 5 ideas of argument, but each of it is actually well elaborated. That's actually way more better. But let's be honest, in the end of the day, closing opposition and closing government actually have so much more margin. That's why me and Hodija take so long to discuss, because in the end of the day, Rona argument is actually in the end of the day is really valuable. But the problem is on why we still give the credit more to the closing government. It is because the conceptualization first, and there is no rebuttal, and third of all, there is no clear on how that your argument is actually different, different than your opening benches, right? Because in the end of the day, I think it's the same thing on how we the act. For example, you do not worse the situation, and that's what important. If you are closing government, you need to worse the situation. You need to tackle down your opponent in the end of the day. You need to step back your allies. You need to step from the back of your allies, and also you need to attack your opposition. Right? Problem is in closing opposition, you guys didn't do that, and also in the whip on the closing opposition also didn't do that. At least in the closing government, Cory tried to rebut the opening opposition by saying, okay, look, fossil also still harmful and fossil also need is not renewable, which means making Irsa argument is actually crushed in the end of the day. And on the elaboration on how the contextual that Cory provides on the template that Cory will fill in, that's why, and also on how that the whip is actually re-elaborate, no, not elaborate, re-summarize on how that what the Cory's argument is all about, and adding more stuff to it in the end of the day, but in the end of the day still minor. I think that's why we give the winning position to the closing government. Okay, and this is the speaker position, the speaker rank so far ya. So, I think the speaker rank nanti aja kali. Gak usah sekarang, nanti aja di ronde kedua. Oke, Mia, lanjut.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Arik for the verbal education. Next, we will be here for verbal education from Mistress Khadijah. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mia. I think every feedback already given by Arik. I just gonna mention some things. So yes, semuanya tadi sudah dijelasin sama Arik, but I just want to remind you that manner in delivering your speech is also important. So please, please try to deliver your speech as comprehensible as you can for everyone who hears your speech. So make sure that you have a clear pronunciation and also your intonation, and then your and everything. Yeah, because it will be hard for everyone who hears you if you didn't put your didn't really think about how you deliver the speech, as I mentioned before. So I think that's all that I want to add, because Arik has already explained everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for both our adjudicators. So we are, I can announce that for this session, for session 1 of parliamentary debate has ended. So we will be moved to next session, which is session 2. I will be Sabila, dipersilakan. MC, are you there?
Oke, baik. Apakah suara aku terdengar jelas, Tem ya? Oke. Oke, baik. Terima kasih pada Chairman dan juga our educators, Kang Arik dan Teh Hodijah. Oke. Untuk selanjutnya, kita sesuai dengan teman-teman, kita akan beranjak ke sesi kedua, yaitu kita akan melaksanakan kembali preliminary round dengan tim-tim yang berbeda yang akan mendapatkan role. Namun sebelum itu, oke, baik. Untuk sesi kedua ini, preliminary round kedua, untuk from the opening government, itu terdiri atas, yang pertama Widaningsih as Prime Minister, lalu Nabila Yusran as Deputy Prime Minister. Lalu, from the opening opposition, terdiri dari Kori Mutianinya as Leader of Opposition, lalu Rona Khadijah as Deputy Leader of Opposition. Next, from the closing government, ada Adinda Nugra Putri as Member of the Government, dan Nur Adila as Government Whip. Dan yang terakhir, from the closing opposition, ada Irsa Ananta as Member of the Opposition, dan Gania Balkis as Opposition Whip.
Sorry, MC, gue boleh propose ideas gak? Biar nyaman buat peserta. Gimana kalau gini? Sisinya masih sama, opening opposition, opening government, closing opposition masih sama, itu nama itu semua. Cuman untuk posisi kayak prime minister, leader opposition itu nanti dibebasin untuk peserta sendiri yang milih. Gimana? Lebih enak kayak gimana peserta? Jadi kalian gak langsung dimasukin ke roles itu, jadi kalian tentuin nanti discuss sama teammate kalian roles-nya anakan yang mana, lebih cocok yang mana. Gimana kalau gitu? Biar lebih nyaman. Kalau setuju. Oke. Kalau yang setuju bisa di-raise ya, biar kita lihat. Yang lain? Ini yang lain abstain atau nggak setuju nih? Oke, kalau gitu. Ini 3 dari, ayo ada lagi? Iya, nanti ke breakout mereka nanti cash building. Nanti jadi ditentunya di cash building juga. Oke, dari 5 dari 3 ya. Ya udah kalau gitu berarti mayoritas win. Jadi intinya untuk posisi itu diserahkan lagi ke peserta. Nanti pas mau debat silakan nama dan posisinya itu ditulis di chat ya. Jadi nanti gue kasih contohnya. Oke, jadi silakan lanjut MC.
Oke, baik. Jadi untuk preliminary round sesi kedua ini, untuk role-nya dipilih ya oleh masing-masing peserta, namun tetap dengan posisi yang sama. Untuk selanjutnya, mungkin aku langsung serahkan kembali kepada chairman, kepada Teh Mia ya. Oh maaf, untuk chairman selanjutnya ini ada dari Teh Eva Fauzia. Kepadanya waktu dan tempat saya persilakan.
Oke, thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan for all of us, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to parliamentary round of debate on the stage. Before we start our debate competition for today, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Eva Paugia as the chairperson, and Mr. Ryan will be the timekeeper for today. The chief judges for the today's debate, we have Mr. Arik from the Law Department and Mrs. Hodiza from English Education Department. And for the role, as we agreed before, that you will be choose your own role. So we are going to the next. It's the timekeeper will be ring the bell once after the first minute, and at the end of the 6th minute, the signal will be times allocated for a points of information. At the end of the 7th minute, the bell will be rang twice to signal the end of the debate. Reminder to audience, you are not allowed to guide or help the debater. And the motion, could you please do the slide? Okay, so we have the motion context here. In a recent year, there's a lot of music that had been changed their sexual assault ones for uh so okay, the motion context, please. Yep, thanks. So maybe there's a problem with the wait. So you guys can to read the motion. I'll just send on the chat box for the motion. Okay, so without wasting any of time for the preparation of the argument, we will start from now. And you guys can go to the breakout room. You guys can to arrange your roles in this
Chairman, before
debate.
that, I think
Okay.
there are several ini ya, karena tadi adalah jelas. So in the motion context, in recent years, there's a lot of musicians that have been charged with sexual assault act. For example, Rex Orange County, British musician that famous, yang lagunya itu Best Friend, Putra Projector, The Shape, yang been accused by sexual assault, dan Saipul Jamil, Michael Jackson, etc. Jadi the motion is this house would stop listening to the musician that charged with sexual assault. Ya, sesuai dengan apa yang ditulis sama chairman. Before that, any question dulu karena ada konteks. Jadi we're going to open the question session for like 1 or 2 minutes. Untuk kalau misalnya ada yang belum ngerti, silakan. Okay, going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, I think everyone is understand the motion. So yeah, chairman, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arik, for explaining the motion context. And we will start. The time for you guys can to discuss about your roles and about the motion. So without wasting any times for the preparation of the argument, we will start for now.
Sorry, where is the breakout room?
Yep, so you guys will go to the breakout room. We will wait the operator for size you for coming to the breakout room. So please waiting, but for the operator to make the breakout room for you guys, I'm sorry for this. But at this time, you guys can to thinking a little bit about the argument. So take your. Sorry, Kang Arik, I have a question for you. So, kita mereka ini kan suruh choose their own role ya, Kang, di debat ini. Dan itu udah kayak pada setuju buat choose their own role. Nah, itu choose-nya sekarang aja sebelum mereka masuk ke breakout room atau di breakout room. Okay, so because a little bit confused here, I want you guys for the better for discuss the role that you want in here in the main room, and after you discuss with your teams about your role, you can to write down on the chat box, and we will announce and will be assign you to the breakout room for you prefer your argument. So do you got it, guys?
Kak Eva, I think it's best for them to have their own case building first for 10 minutes, and after the case building is done, then they will write what position that they take, gitu aja, biar nggak lama. Gimana?
Okay, so they have the breakout room that just include they all in that just one, and they discuss about the role, and they go back to the main room, and they tell us about the role, and then we are divide them to the another breakout room for they can be thinking about the assessment like that.
Nah, ribet tuh kalau kayak gitu. Gini aja. Jadi mereka ke CLB dulu nih sekarang nih. Nah, mereka ke CLB dulu sekarang. Dan mereka case building sampai 15 menit selesai. Di case building itu sekalian untuk kalian nge-discuss role-nya. Jadi udah 15 menit itu kan memulainya debat nih. Nah, sebelum debatnya mulai, mereka tuh harus tulis dulu nih. Misalnya OG si Hadijah sama Mia, opening position Eva sama gua gitu. Gitu aja. Closing position ini namanya 1 2. Nah, itu aja biar gampang.
Oke, jadi di satu breakout room aja gitu ya, Kang, sambil mereka case building gitu, sambil mereka menentukan. Gak usah ada private breakout room buat mereka.
Satu breakout room buat timnya.
Oke, buat tim jadinya sekarang 15 menit ini mereka case building sama menentukan di satu breakout room itu jadinya ya, Kang.
Benar, emang yang tadi breakout room-nya sendiri-sendiri, bukan satu tim.
Yes, itu Kang, makanya aku that's why I'm a little bit confused
salah. Oh, salah. Maksudnya tuh satu breakout room itu satu tim. Misalnya opening government, satu breakout room, opening opposition, satu breakout room. Nah, isinya satu breakout room itu 2 orang.
Oke, aku baru aku baru dapat.
Jadi gitu. Jadi nanti mereka discuss-nya di rumah mereka aja, nanti pas sudah selesai case building, mereka kesini pas mau debat, nanti mereka harus in order to start the debate, mereka harus ngechat dulu nih posisi mereka, misalnya si Forex pertama atau si Rona kedua, misalnya kayak gitu.
Oke, thank you Kang Arik untuk ngejelasinnya lagi. Okay, so guys, so we will assign you to the breakout room, so you have the 15 minutes to discuss about the motion, and then you also have to discuss about the role that you want to take in the debate. So without wasting any of times for the preparations of the argument, we will start from now, and please to the operator, could you please to make the breakout room for them? Thank you.
Untuk operator di toolbox-nya nggak ada ini breakout room ya. Gue mau ngetek satu-satu dulu tadinya untuk ngeliat case building mereka, terus ngingetin yang tadi takutnya ada kebingungan. Nggak bisa ya? Iya, operator. Ini kalian kenapa pada balik nih, peserta?
Tiba-tiba masuk rumah.
Oh gitu.
Udah selesai belum ya? Apa?
Belum.
Ini bisa balik lagi.
belum
Oke,
selesai.
sebelumnya a little heads up ya. Oke, you know what? I'm going to clarify beberapa dulu. Kayaknya ini masih ada kebingungan ya. Jadi gini, yang boleh ditentukan itu cuman speaker roles, bukan position roles. Jadi jadi OG, OO, CO, CG itu masih sama kayak tadi. Misalnya opening opposition itu Kori sama Rona. Terus opening government itu masih Wida sama sama tadi lupa. Nah itu masih sama, cuman untuk speaker roles-nya untuk kayak prime minister, leader of opposition. Nah, itu tuh ditentuin sama kalian sendiri. Karena kan ini nemuin kenyamanan kalian gimana. Paham nggak, peserta?
Paham, Kang.
Paham. Panitia paham nggak? Iya.
Paham, Kang.
Iya, jadi nggak gimana? Paham?
Paham.
Nah, iya. Kenapa, Rona?
Tadi kan itu saya kan harusnya ditempatin setimnya sama Teh Kori ya, tapi tadi pas di breakout room-nya sama Teh Nur Adila.
Iya, berarti salah itu. Salah ininya, salah penempatan aja itu. Ya. Boleh mungkin operator di ini sama tadi urutannya siapa aja. Intinya gitu ya, yang boleh dirubah itu cuman speaker role, bukan site-nya. Opening position masih tetap siapa yang sesuai yang diumumkan sama Mia tadi. Begitu juga opening government, begitu juga closing opposition, begitu juga closing government. Yang boleh terserah kalian itu cuma speaker roles-nya aja. Prime Minister-nya siapa? Tadi kan misalnya Prime Minister tadi si Wida. Nah, misalnya mau Nuralinda yang mau jadi Prime Minister. Nah, itu yang boleh dibebasin, itu aja. Oke? Oke, mungkin ditunggu diarahin lagi sama
Okay, time is up and welcome back to the main room for the debater. I hope you guys know what your role for this debate sessions for today. You guys can to write down your role in the chat box so I can know what your role and I can be right when I'm calling you for the speech. Okay, I still wait you guys for write down your role in the chat box, and I'm sorry because maybe here is a little bit noisy because there is a rain. For the closing of a session, can you guys write your role in the chat box? Okay, so we still okay. Thank you for the close. Close. Okay, so here I found there. Okay, it's a closing position. Thank you. And we will begin our debate now. So without further ado, I would like to call the first speaker. First, the first speaker for today is Winda Ningsi as the Prime Minister. To begin your speech, your time is 7 minutes start when you first speak, so the time is yours.
Can you hear me with clearly? Sorry.
Yeah.
Very. Okay. I want to deliver my speech. Okay. This host will stop listening to musicians that have been accused of sexual assault. Talking about sexual violence, we do not support and condone it. However, when it comes to accusation of listening to music by perpetrator of sexual assault, we are against it. But in here, perpetrators of sexual crime is a person or group that has that what is the relevance to the object or product it produces. For example, the same case with corruption, they are criminals, so will the government be dissolved or the law will be abolished. The thing to note is the crime itself. Sexual harassment is an act that leads to unwanted sexual behavior by either party. There is discomfort, intimidation, threat to the victim of sexual harassment. If indeed the song that are broadcast contain verbal sexual harassment, it's sorry to follow up, the song deserves to be removed. Unlike the topic this time, we are discussing the issues on song by perpetrators of sexual violence must stop broadcasting. Philosophical object when they are dismissed, they then how the test work claim their rights. In other words, the song is sparked from interpreter. Songs are not living things; they cannot just would compose and sing. So, in relation to this, what needs to be done to the coordinate with applicable laws. For example, the full text of the article on sexual harassment in Article 2089 of the Criminal Code reads as follows: whoever with force or threat of force a person to commit or permit of same act to be carried out shall be punished for committing an act which attack the honor of the detainee by a maximum imprisonment of 9 years. For example, to reduce sexual violence and the educational environment, the formation of a task force was carried out stipul in the Ministry of Education and Culture and Research and Technology Regulation number 30 of 2021 concerning PPKS, which is an important to stopping the occurrence of cases of like the impoverished. I mean, when the perpetrators of sexual harassment is judging by a punishment by the law, public is not like this. Like Saiful Jamil is very welcome by the public and give opportunities more, and he can more more popular like this gitu. And so because in the file like this, and the reality is like this, when the law is not have we that next we just like the character impoverished, then we must stopping the song that the perpetrators of sexual harassment. Because if not like this, yeah, possibility the sexual harassment. So as a social impact, a social law is need to take action like this. So the musician, this house will stop listening to musician that had been accused for sexual assault because the law is not more effect of the punishment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, shall we now invite a leader of opposition, as Cory Mutia. To begin your speech, your time is 7 minutes of start when you first speak. So your time is
First of all, am I audible?
yeah.
Sorry for the noises because it's raining outside. So one, two, three. I would like to talk about listening to musicians that had been accused for sexual assault. So as the opposition, we're really against this motion. But first of all, I would like to rebuttal to the Prime Minister. The first one, they talk not related and out of the context. And not listening to their music is not a punishment. It's just their listener choices, and also there is no correlation between their artworks and their behavior. Due to the lack of empathy, we feel sorry for the victim, but due to the artworks, it is really different, and the culprit, it is the problem. So I'm going to start my argument. First of all, I would like to definition of the musician. The musician itself is a composer and also conductor and performer of music. And meanwhile, music itself is defined as an art of arranging sound to create some combination and harmony, um, melody and rhythm. And sexual assault is a crime that sexually violent and not an appropriate behavior. So there's three actors that will be impacted to this emotion. The first one is the musician. So the musician itself, they'll still be punished, but their artworks will still alive. So many people might tell that the musician will still get the royalty because of their songs. But actually, it's not, because the first one, if they have their own labels, they will not get royalty, but the labels will get the royalty, and the artist itself will be mostly like to not giving not given the royalty due to termination of the contract. And the second one, the actors, is the society. For example, like ROC or Rex Orange Country have a huge fans, and also mega hit like Best Friend and Pluto Projector. It will not be easy for their friends or casual listener to stop listening to his song because it's really memorable. And the second one is have a backstory from that song. It will not be easy to searching other artists that have same vibe with ROC songs. And the third actors is people behind the musician. We know that musician is not standing alone. The first one, they have the labels, and also they have the teammate or bandmate, and the profit royalty, as I mentioned before, it will be given to the company and not their artist, since the artist itself have been cut off from the labels. And also their works must be appreciated, not their wrong behavior. So same as actor, the musician itself is also play a role. There is difference between their own identity and their artists. For example, in K-pop industry, have their own stage name and characteristic they must be played. And outside, when the cameras is off, is their real person. So do same with the musician.
related to the cancel culture, just cancel the person, not their works. Maybe the songs produced not by himself, or there are also a lot of people like a lot of people contributed to making a song. We just have to burn out the artist and not supporting the artist. We just support their art, not their works, their art. So listening to their works is not a crime for us. So for the closing statement, the artwork separated from the artist's behavior. That's all for me. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for delivering your screen. Now I call upon Deputy of the Prime Minister, Ms. Nabila Yusran, to deliver your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. Start when you first speak. Your
Okay. So in this motion, this House will stop listening to musicians that had been accused for sexual assault. So we have to know that what is the disadvantages to the victims who are experience this kind of assault. So victims who experience sexual harassment usually experience severe trauma that causes post-traumatic stress disorder. This disorder causes the victim to experience excessive fear, anxiety, and stress. So this can lead the victims to hurt themselves because usually they will feel worthless and consider themselves are dirty after receiving sexual harassment, so that they injured themselves. So seeing this, are we going to keep quiet? Because even though the sexual punished according to the regulations, there must still be social sanctions from the public too, because from the arguments that are presented before, I want to agree that music and musicians are a unified whole, because if we still listen to their music, it means we still support them. So musicians are public figures, right? We know that their behavior can be emulated by the public. So social media can increase awareness of sexual crimes, so that public figures or the public in general do not dare to do it in the future. Maybe.
okay. Thank you to Ms. Nabila. And now I would like to call the deputy leader of the opposition, Ms. Frana Khadija, to begin your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. Will start when you first speak.
Okay, I will start my argument as a deputy leader of opposition with debate motion. This House will stop listening to musicians that have been accused for sexual assault. In our opinion, as an opposition team, this is inappropriate because whether the moral condemnation of the musician should affect our assessment of his work or his music, it follows, regardless of the musician's ignoble past. This action also cannot change and solve the problem of sexual assault that is still happening. That's all the arguments.
Okay, thank you to Ms. Rana for delivering your speech. And now I would like to invite the member of government, uh, Ms. Irshananta, to begin your speech.
Sorry, perhaps can you replay the road, please?
Okay. So now is the time for the member of.
Oh, sorry, I'm a member of opposite.
Chairman, I think there are
Okay, I'm
misunderstanding.
sorry.
Soalnya
I a little bit confused.
enggak. Emang tadi Irsa itu memang dia nulisnya di awal CG. Nah tadi baru dibenerin CO.
Oh,
Jadi yang CG itu yang sebelumnya, yang gue bilang itu CO ya. Nah itu yang CG.
okay. So I'm a little bit confused.
Sorry.
So for the member of
Itu
government is
Adila.
Nur Adela. Okay, so now is the time for the member of government, Ms. Nur Adela, to begin your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. Sorry. Ms. Nur Adela, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, now you can begin your speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech. So back to the topic. This house would stop listening to musicians that had been accused for sexual assault. Like Michael Self-Efficacy, BBC Radio 2 also decided to stop playing Michael Jackson songs. They last played Michael Jackson song on 23rd February with the reason that considering the music we play on the network is based on service benefit as well as relevant listeners, but is stopping listening to a musician accused of sexual assault the right thing to do? Maybe the best solution is to face this problem head on. Keep playing the musician's music, but always remind the listener of what he has been accused of. Do the same for artists who have been charged with or proven to have committed a crime. Academics who teach interdisciplinary courses in religion, philosophy, and film consider the boycott to be a well-intentioned social punishment. However, it cannot change the problem that has become systemic. He assessed that the boycott doesn't necessarily solve the root of the problem of sexual violence that is still happening. It will be better we get used to being critical of the content we enjoy, be it books, podcasts, films, or other works. The aim is to filter the implied message in the work and correct any misunderstanding. By raising this issue continuously, we don't ignore this problem by talking about it. We show criminals that their musics will continue to be associated with their crime, and this may help us to solve this problem. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for delivering your speech. And now I would like to call the member of opposition is Miss Irsha Nanta. To begin your speech, your time is 7 minutes. We'll start when you first speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, I appreciated the government side about their argument that they agreed about the motion. But first of all, as the disclaimer, I don't approve this motion allowed their decision or what they've done. But just because they're mistakes, we can take a bad assumptions about them that easily. We don't have to stop listening their creation until boycott or something like that. As long their creation don't contain sexual things or something like that, we can accept it. But as the people that have the law, we require for the offenders or the musician is to be punished for their bad deed. And the point is, music is not simple thing that can be created. There has feeling, thoughts, and knowledge to put in. Music is masterpiece. Music is a healer. Even some of musicians that was suspected for sexual assault, but they have creation, which is not easy to throw away or blame just because musicians don't exemplify good behavior for their career. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Miss Ersha for delivering your speech. And now I shall call upon the government with it's Miss Adinda. Will start when you first speak.
Thank you so much for your argument. I'm Adina as a web of government. The case of sexual assault is still the trending topic cases that talk to many people. Over the years, numerous individuals throughout the music industry have been accused of sexual misconduct, ranging for inappropriate comment to rape. When a famous figure is accused of such a crime, it can be hard for the public to process. Popular musicians build a success career by having a solid fan base and earning the admiration of millions. But when a crime of this sort suddenly comes to light, fans are on record with the awful actions committed by someone whose music they adore. And the fact is that many artists have committed cases of sexual harassment whose impact not only traumatized the victim, but also had an impact on their career. However, because they have fans perpetrated of sexual harassment, sometimes often get moral support, while the victims do not get the same thing. And as a result, often clashes between fans and music lovers who are objective and fanatical. Because of this phenomenon, musicians who currently have the support of this habit will continue to be repeated. As a music fan and fanatic, you really have to be neutral in handling this case. One way to stop the case is not to listen to music, or in the other words, stop listening to music from the musician with the aim that the musician feel the turn for his behavior and becomes a good lesson for other musicians before committing sexual act, violence, and that harms himself and his own career. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Miss Adinda for delivering your speech. And for this better, can you please turn on your camera if there's not the uh, troubleshooter? All right. So now it's a time to the opposition whip. Is Miss Gania Balkis to begin your speech. Your time is 7 minutes. We'll start when you first. Miss Gania Balkis, are you here? Can you please to turn on your mix and your video?
Gaina, you still unaudible, belum nggak kedengeran. I think something wrong with your microphone.
Yeah.
Sekarang udah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Now you can start.
Okay. I that should committed, but stop listening
listening to their music music of people who and also the fans that the singer did were isn't from the ability and the music quality that the singer being processed, as long as he can produce music that has a big positive impact, that he will as a singer is legend. Okay, I think that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kania, for delivering your speech. And now it's time for the adjudication for the discuss about the results. So, operator, can you please make a breakout room for the adjudicator? Operator, I don't know if it's available or not right now, but please wait a little. Okay, we will in the excuse about the results, and I will the MC for take the role for the icebreaking.
Oke, thank you Miss Eva. Oke, gimana nih teman-teman perasaannya? Boleh semuanya mungkin on cam dulu ya, kita agak rehat sejenak dulu, kita ngobrol-ngobrol. Setelah tadi mungkin teman-teman pusing ya. Gimana perasaannya teman-teman? Ada yang mau coba buat mengungkapkan ya? Oke, aku langsung saja ya. Oke, sambil menunggu para juri sedang menilai apa ya, yang tadi telah teman-teman sampaikan, hasil dari pendapat teman-teman, argumen teman-teman, mungkin kita bisa nih kayak ya refreshing dulu lah sejenak, kita ice breaking dulu. Mungkin dari tim operator boleh dibantu untuk share screen. Oke, teman-teman. Ya. Oke, di sini telah terlihat ada sebuah PPT bertuliskan kuis tebak gambar. Oke, gimana nih dari teman-teman? Apakah masih semangat?
Semangat teh.
Oke, makasih Kak Irsa. Kak Kori gimana?
Masih teh.
Oke, mungkin yang lain nih, Terona, Adinda, Gania, Nabila, dan yang lainnya, boleh dong kita on cam dulu, kita seru-seruan dulu ya. Halo?
Ya.
Oke, thank you Teh Dinda. Untuk yang lainnya, oke, nggak apa-apa deh. Mungkin yang lainnya sambil menunggu untuk on cam juga, mungkin bisa kita langsung saja mulai untuk kuis tebak gambar. Oke, kuis tebak gambar ini bakal ada beberapa pertanyaan, ya seperti biasanya ya, nanti ada kayak game tebak gambar gitu ya, pasti teman-teman tahu. Nah, ini seputar film ya, benar ya Teh? Oke. Mungkin Oke, untuk film pertama, teman-teman yang mau untuk ini ada apa sih seperti tungku, lalu ada gambar panda. Apa nih kira-kira teman-teman? Oke, yang aku lihat ada dari Irsa. Boleh Irsa? On mic?
Izin jawab, itu Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda, benar ya? Boleh di next, Teh operator. Dan jawabannya adalah jeng 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 jeng. Yeay, benar banget jawabannya. Selamat ya Kak Irsa. Oke, mungkin kita langsung saja next ke pertanyaan. Gak apa-apa, coba aja, jangan takut salah. Kita di sini cuma seru-seruan aja ya, kita refreshing. Karena tadi juga udah pusing-pusing, aku yakin. Ayo, apakah ada yang mau coba? Oke, Kak Irsa nih, ayo.
Ya, izin jawab lagi teh. Sang pencerah bukan?
Bener ya? Oke, langsung aja deh. Tim operator boleh langsung next untuk kita lihat jawabannya apakah benar. Yeay, bener lagi. Kayaknya Kak Irsa ini ya kayak sering apa ya, sering nonton film kali ya jadi tahu. Gimana Teh?
Gimana ya? Iya kali ya.
Oke deh, thank you ya.
Iya teh.
Oke, untuk selanjutnya tim operator boleh next untuk pertanyaan selanjutnya. Oke, masih seputar tema film. Ada gambar kotak hijau sama hati. Ayo, siapa yang mau mencoba untuk menjawab? Yuk, yang lainnya dicoba. Apakah, oh oke, kita udah dapet nih satu yang raise hand. Ada Teh Nur Adila. Boleh Teh? Langsung saja on mic menjawab.
Izin jawab teh kalau nggak salah hijrah cinta.
Oke, kenapa tuh bisa jawab kayak gitu? Coba caranya gimana? Nebak aja. Karena ini kali ini kan warna hijau, terus awalnya diganti jadi ra, jadi hijrah gitu ya, bener ya?
Iya.
Oke, langsung aja kali, bener gak ya? Operator. Jeng, 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 jeng. Ih, bener banget ternyata. Terima kasih tadi Nur Adila. Oke. Oke, tim operator, langsung aja kita ke pertanyaan selanjutnya. Apakah masih ada? Masih ada, ternyata. Masih di seputar tema film. Waduh, belum aku bacain langsung raise hand dari Teh Adinda. Kayaknya udah jago banget nih. Boleh Teh Adinda, langsung aja on mic. Apa-apa? Terputus tadi udah keburu di off mic. Boleh diulang, Teh?
Filosofi kopi bukan sih?
Oh, bener gak ya? Oke, langsung saja kita buktikan operator. Langsung saja. Yeay, bener banget. Ini gercep banget nih, belum selesai dibacain udah raise hand, taunya bener, keren. Applause dulu kali teman-teman. Oke, next. Oke, selanjutnya nih ada kayak gambar Pak Polisi atau apa ini, sama bendera. Wah, wih, ada Teh Kori Mutia, boleh langsung on mic, Teh?
Kapten Amerika.
Oh, Kapten Amerika, bener gak ya? Tim operator, kita buktikan. Oke, ternyata benar lagi. Selamat Teh Kori, keren banget. Oke, teman-teman, tadi udah ada beberapa pertanyaan yang sudah juga teman-teman jawab ya tentang ice breaking ini. Gimana nih? Lumayan bikin lega gak? Lumayan menghibur kah? Lumayan bikin refreshing kah? Oke, untuk sesi ice breaking ini cukup kita sudah untuk stop screen terlebih dahulu. Oke, harap tunggu sebentar ya teman-teman. Sepertinya sedang ada kendala sedikit. Oke, halo teman-teman. Maaf, tadi sedang ada kendala sedikit. Oke. You guys still here? Halo? Oke. Oke, teman-teman. Karena sekarang juga sudah ingin memasuki waktu azan maghrib, Ya, sekarang sudah menunjukkan pukul 17.42. Oleh karena itu, mungkin kita kembali lagi istiqomah dulu ya, teman-teman boleh menunaikan sholat maghrib dulu bagi yang menjalankan, bagi teman-teman yang muslim. Lalu kita akan balik lagi, berjumpa lagi di pukul 6 pas ya teman-teman. Mungkin kurang lebih waktu 17 menit cukup ya untuk teman-teman menunaikan sholat maghrib. Dan aku harap dan wajib deh ya, jangan meninggalkan ruang Zoom ini. Teman-teman boleh sholat dulu, tapi jangan meninggalkan ruang Zoom ini, oke? Oke, mungkin itu saja dulu. Teman-teman dipersilakan untuk istirahat. Kita ketemu lagi di jam 6 pas, teman-teman ya. Terima kasih. See you guys.
Audija sama Mia masuk lagi ke break room ya.
Halo semuanya. Selamat malam teman-teman. Boleh kembali on cam? Halo, mungkin aku sapa dulu ya. Teh Nur Adila. Halo. Teh Kori. Teh Rona.
Iya, Teh.
Ya. Teh Adinda. Teh Nadia. Apakah ada di ruang Zoom? Apakah stay di Zoom sekarang? Oke, boleh. Mungkin boleh untuk on cam, teman-teman. Karena kita masih ada agenda. Oke, sambil menunggu teman-teman semua untuk on cam, karena tadi terakhir itu adalah penilaian juri ya. Untuk itu mungkin aku sekarang kembalikan lagi kepada chairman kita, Teh Eva Fauziah. Kepadanya waktu dan tempat saya persilakan. Terima.
Okay, thank you, Teh Sabil. So this will gonna be the last session, I think, for today's debate. And so without any further ado, I will welcome Mr. Eric and Ms. Khadija as the adjudicator. Please give your full education. Thank you. Mr. Eric? Are you
Yes.
here?
Sabar. Okay, everyone, thank you for the debate. I guess I noticed that a lot of you have fatigue. You guys, aduh jangan ditinong. Benernya 2 ronde gitu kan terus, but flash that's the I'm just preparing for NUDC dan the one who's actually going to be the one who's going to be elected is going to represent UNSIKA in NUDC. So yeah, prepare for that gitu. Endurance in debate is also something that important for you. So yeah, if for example you feel tired and like misalnya ada yang banyak kamu gitu, ada yang banyak kamu atau gimana ya, it's part of debating. So yeah, one of it is endurance. That's one. And two, notice that several announcement dulu ya. Notice that all of you guys here will going to be attend, wajib untuk attend untuk yang minggu depan atau yang offline. Kenapa? Karena memang apa namanya? Karena wajib ya. Karena you guys itu sebenarnya secara de facto adalah orang-orang yang bakal lanjut ke grand final secara de facto. Jadi mau gimana pun itu you guys minggu depan itu attend. Or else your senior bakal kesusahan untuk untuk memecahkan hal tersebut. Oke? So yeah, make sure you guys attend untuk minggu depan. And next week going to be have like 3 rounds. So it's more going to energy consuming daripada sekarang. Okay, let's go to debates, right? The last debate to talk about sexual harassment. First of all, guys, even if that in this idea that you are in this idea that one side actually not clarify and not supporting the discrimination towards the perpetrator, it's not meaning that you are supporting the sexual perpetrators ya. In the end of the day, you guys need to argue. Jadi for opposition, sometimes you are able to clarify stuff on how you stand for. Misalnya kayak gini, saying that you are against sexual harassment, even if that your opposition is motion, is perfectly fine. It is what you need to do ya. You cannot support any type of sexual harassment, but in the ideas on how that even if that you support the not existence of sexual harassment, doesn't mean that you need to like not everything is black and white. Sometimes it's a gray. Nah, you play on that gray area. Jadi kayak tadi yang member of opposition yang dia bilang, oh yeah, I condemn every sexual harassment. Yeah, it's something that you need to do before debating if you're on opposition atau if you're government kayak gitu ya. act that morally is wrong, you can say it after. Oh yeah, this is wrong, but here's what we're going to do. Okay, okay. So, enough of the blabbering. Okay, I'm going to give you two general comments. For the first, for the in generally how the debate should go, and second of all, how exactly the debate goes in this chamber. Right? First of all, how the debate goes. First, this motion requires you to have four point of view. First of all, the ideas on how the effectivity of banning the music for the musician to actually first prevent the sexual harassment in the future that will be condemned by the future artists, or second, and as an act of retribution their wrongdoings. So there's two. And third of all, the ideas on how that banning or let's say stop listening the music is actually somehow will help or not help the sexual harassment victim, and also the effectivity of this act towards the stop of sexual harassment that been done by public figure or in this context as musicians, right? Nah, itu yang harusnya that's the thing that we need to be elaborated with. But in reality, you guys rarely touch on that. Yes, several people touch on that, but in Indonesia, it's not something that enough and something that well elaborate. For example, opening government only talk to you on the I guess wait. So rather than you only talk about okay content preference or like on the ideas on how that why you listening to them is wrong, but you need to actually actually practically explaining how that those things are going to affect it. For example, now that's my general comment. So I'm going to go to the result. Yeah. So the result is the fourth rankings will go to the closing government. The third best team will be going to the closing opposition, and the second leading team will be go with the opening government, and the first leading team will be going to the opening opposition. Meaning that this is a opening batch win clean swipe. Okay, that's the result. I'm going to talk to you my why I picked these decisions, right? First of all, OO against CG. I me and Hodija believe that closing government is actually have backlash a lot of their arguments with their stand when the ideas on how that they talk about content preference that actually lead to impact of misunderstanding. There's actually something that need to be brought by the other side, which means the opposition. I believe that those arguments actually belongs to the opposition side. So as a government, as a side of government that's supporting the motion, we believe that the argument is actually backlashing. So that's sadly that's what happened in closing government. So we cannot give credit far from that. We're really sorry, but yes, that's the reality. So that's basically why G. And second of all, the YOO stand more than CG, right? Sorry, the CO, right? Yes, we do not. We actually so the first thing that actually stand out more why we credit more rather than CO is that CO did not bring any type of new argument rather than extend more to the beneficial of why you should go to the ideas of opening a position. Because why? Because first, MO say about we don't need to boycott because in the end of the day, as unless it's not contain sexual contents, then it should be okay. Then those people or those perpetrators should be punished by law. We believe that those type of argument is actually something that you make is one liner to the opening question. By any means, that as closing, whether you closing government or closing opposition, you need to actually be better than your opponent, or at least pick something different from opposition. But sadly, we do not see those coming on the closing opposition. So yeah, we cannot get the credit higher rather than 3. Then why then OO? So yeah, OO stand. So what So what happened with why I do give credit more to O rather than OGs, right? So the debate is actually kind of fake in the prime minister because oh ya, by the way, gue lupa untuk apakah gue udah bilang ini di class session atau belum, but you cannot bring an act atau undang-undang in especially I think if law debates itu harus. Why? Because in Indonesia it's not something that exclusively in Indonesia, right? Mungkin kalau misalnya kayak kan gini, as we should this house believe that we should stop listen to sexual perpetrators. We do not say clearly that we are Indonesian, we're going to stop listening to LOC, right? No. So means that your law is not actually going to work with this motion because this motion is actually aimed globally or like you do not have any border or sovereignty in this motion. Jadi you don't need to actually state what law it is. But let's say that you want to bring the definition of law. What is sexual harassment? And you see those definition in certain UU misalnya. Then it is fine for you to adopt the definition, but simply do not say what UU it was or what act it was. So yeah, and also I think PM kind of not fulfilling their roles on how that yes we try to give definition, give contextualization, which is okay, but in a way the definition or like you say what word that what word that she defined is still something that are not coherently important to the motion, or like you said that she failed to link back why your definition and the reason of this motion exists is actually something that intangible or something that relate something that have connection. But on the other side, OO or LO actually succeed to clarify a lot of stuff. For example, what's the difference between music and musician? On in end of day, she actually also success to provide us more context on why her definition is something that will be contribute enough to the definition. Okay, but in end of day, DPM atau Deputy of Prime Minister actually give a lot of good arguments on how the ideas on how she brought the victim on these ideas. But in the end of the day, bringing the victim is something that you need to elaborate more, right? Because yes, I do know that it will actually in a way have disadvantage to the victim. It will going to affect the victim implicitly or explicitly, but you need to go to the reason why it is actually something that effectively enough. For example, gini, why stop listening to this artist will actually help the victim. Now, those things that need actually to be logic analyzed and to be bring to the logical, bring to the argument on why it's going to be work gitu. It's not only going to be to say okay this is the disadvantage to the victim and that's why you should stop listening. No, you should try to argue why those disadvantages were actually lost if you start to stop listening to this artist, right? But in every day, I think I'm going to give credit to DPM on talking about how that sexual perpetrator, even if they actually already have the law punish it, but they need to be socially punished. The problem is you need to actually elaborate more on the ideas on how that why social punishment is actually something that need to be taken for this sexual perpetrator, especially this musician part. Then I think those questions will actually be answered in your argument about on how that public figure will not be doing it because they are scared to be boycotting or to be cancelled. The problem is your argument of public figure is not being elaborated well. If, for example, if DPM bring more context or argument about the public figure stuff or the prevention of sexual harassment done by public figure, I think it will be going to be a more hard to actually settle student team between OO. To achieve to characterize on how that PM is actually out of the context, on how that she said not listening music is not punishment, but only in the end is only preference of the people. So that's the framing of that is actually enough to actually undermine what the other side what the PM says, right? And second, on the relation, on how that she successfully felt to us on how that the relation between the behavior of the musician and the content music itself is actually something different. Problem is, yes, we do acknowledge that or do not actually have way more elaborative ways on this context. But but in the end of the day, this mentioning is actually something that did not being brought by any side of the house. And also OO brings the ideas on how three actors that will actually be done, be influenced by these musicians, by this motion. uh, First of all, the musicians, second of all, the society, third of all, the people behind the musician. I believe that uh, on how that the biggest burden of this motion is actually being taken away by the mention of the three actor. On how that first she said that the musician will actually not going to take the royalty, since the royalty belongs to the label, and once the label is not signed with the artist anymore, then the royalty will not belong for them. Nah, sebenarnya ini sebenarnya di luar verbal. If you being the government, you say that no. This singer eventually will actually have their royalty because they're singing. Unless they do have the agreement after they got from the label, they're going to stop uh, having some royalty. What 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 works is that, for example, if the musician is actually also take part in the writing and producing the music, it's not going to be able to be taken away because that's what they make. Harusnya government tuh bilang kayak gitu. If the government stated, udah those contacts will be crash gitu. Second, society. I think it's believable on how that she said that it will be hard for casual listener to actually move on from the song, right? But and also, so I think government failed to attack this juga gitu loh. You need to say that, look, as a casual listener, you need to also kayak boycottin lada di lada gue nggak bisa elaborate sekarang ya. Itu intinya. Nah, terus yang ketiga, people behind the musician. Nah, this is something that actually need to be way more elaborated and do not actually being brought by other sides, which is the reason why I give the winning the big W to the OO, because on the end of the day, yes, people behind the musician, label, songwriter, producer, is actually someone that going to be taken away they right just because one man act in the end of the day, which is something that really disadvantage for them, and in the day it's actually cutting their sort of income when they do nothing, and it's not taken it's not something that is in a sense of justice. That's why I give the winners to the people. And for a little bit context, if for example that you're not under of ULCC right now karena sekarang yang punya acara ULCC, I'm going to give you a pass for doing what you're doing in the second round, or how that all of you guys have such a short time speaking time, kayak rata-rata itu 3 menit ke bawah kan. Because you're under ULCC and it's not me who actually in charge, I'm going to let it slide. But if, for example, that you're actually a law student in law department in charge by me, you're not going to be able to sit down unless you're going to actually have at least 5 minutes. Gitu ya. So for next round, for next grand final, I want to see at least 6 menit atau 7 menit, 6 menit atau 5 menit your speaking time ya. Okay, that's it. Chairman, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arik. So now is the time for Miss Khadija as the adjudicator. Please give your verbal adjudication.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Actually, for the whole debate is already explained by Kang Arik. I would just will emphasize the last thing that Kang Arik mentioned. Is it about the time management, the time that you speak? Karena di debate tadi, most of you only speak as for 3 to 4 minutes longer, or there's also some of you who only speak for seconds, like 50 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. So I wish that you could practice more how to build your argument, especially in how you elaborate your arguments, because that is what Kang Arik also have said before, that when you only mention your arguments without giving that, without elaborate that, without giving more detail about your arguments, it will not be a strong argument. So make sure that you can put more examples, for example, or put more detail in your argument, so your argument will be longer and will be argumentative enough to defend your side. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarja, for the verbal adjudication. Thank you to the judges for the verbal adjudication. And now I would like to announce that the today debate was ended. Thank you for your participation, and I'll give it back to the MC.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih kepada chairman kita di sesi kedua ini, Teh Eva Fauzia, dan juga tak lupa terima kasih kepada juri, Teh Khadijah dan juga Kang Arik, serta teman-teman yang telah melakukan preliminary tadi di sesi kedua. Oke, untuk agenda selanjutnya ini yaitu adalah pengumuman rank atau peringkat teman-teman setelah tadi sudah melaksanakan preliminary round di sesi ke-1 dan sesi kedua. Yang tadi juri sudah melakukan penilaian, dan penilaian 1 dan 2 ini sudah diakumulasi dan sudah kita dapatkan peringkatnya dari 1 sampai juga ke 8. Oke, mungkin langsung saja karena ini nanti pengumuman ini dalam bentuk video, kepada tim operator boleh tolong langsung di-share screen. Silakan disimak ya, teman-teman. Mohon ditunggu sebentar ya teman-teman, sepertinya sedang ada kendala jaringan. Oke, jadi best speaker ke-8 kita adalah Teh Gania. Halo Teh Gania, selamat. Oke, next. Oke, dan untuk best speaker ke-7 kita ada Teh Nur Adila. Selamat Teh. Oke, next. Oke. Dan untuk best speaker kelima ada Teh Irsa Ananta. Selamat. Next. Oke, dan best speaker keempat kita ada Teh Adinda Anugrah Putri dengan skor 137. Selamat. Next. Oke, dan untuk best speaker ketiga, di sini ada Teh Rona Khadijah dengan perolehan nilai 138. Selamat kepada Teh Rona. Next. Oke, untuk selanjutnya ada best speaker kedua diraih oleh Teh Nabila Yusran atas sebagai kedua atas best speaker kedua dengan perolehan nilai 139. Selamat kepada Teh Nabila. Selanjutnya Nah, untuk best speaker pertama kita dengan perolehan skor tertinggi ada di angka 145 diraih oleh Teh Kori Mutia. Selamat Teh Kori. Oke, lagi ke peserta ini. Semua teman-teman hebat, keren banget. Tadi juga aku, wah salut banget sih. Semuanya keren. Ya, setuju ya Kang Arik ke Teh Khadijah? Oke, mantap. Oke, teman-teman. Untuk ke-8 para debaters tadi yang dan juga ya yang ranking 1 sampai 8 semuanya ini akan melaju lolos ke babak final yang mana akan dilaksanakan secara offline di minggu depan hari Sabtu pada tanggal 19 November 2022. Untuk informasi lebih lanjut mengenai tempat dan ketentuan lainnya itu akan diinformasikan lebih lanjut oleh tim panitia. Nantinya akan diinfokan di grup learningcenter.clcc 2022. Oke, seperti itu ya teman-teman. Oke nih, kita sudah dari jam 2 ya sampai hampir jam 7 sekarang. Wah, sudah 5 jam nih, tak terasa sepertinya sudah pada lelah juga ya. Oke, karena juga rangkaian acaranya telah selesai, yang sudah kita lewati hari ini, maka dari itu mungkin sekarang kita bisa dokumentasi terlebih dahulu ya teman-teman. Boleh semuanya untuk on cam. Untuk teman-teman peserta nih yang masih bertahan sekarang ada Tenur Adila, Kori Mutia, Rona Khadijah, Adinda Anugrah, dan Nabila Yusran. Boleh untuk semuanya on cam terlebih dahulu. Kita dokumentasiin dulu nih karena ini our last meeting di Zoom loh ya. Untuk minggu depan pertemuan terakhir tapi secara offline. Oke. Semuanya on cam yuk. Oke. Tim operator apa sudah siap? Oke, aku hitung ya. 1, 2. Sudah? Oke, sekali lagi ya teman-teman. Tunjukkan gaya terbaikmu. Oke, jempolnya. 1, 2. Sudah? Oke, baik. Terima kasih tim operator. Ya, dan juga jangan lupa ya teman-teman untuk mengisi link presensi yang tadi sudah dikirimkan melalui kolom chat Zoom oleh tim panitia. Oke, dokumentasi sudah dan lainnya juga sudah, maka dari itu waktunya penutupan. Mungkin dari Kang Arik atau Teh Khadijah, ada lagi kah kata-kata yang ingin disampaikan maupun semangat ataupun apa ya, tips and trick nih buat minggu depan gitu loh. Apakah ada? Oh,
Jangan lupa hadir, jangan hilang lu pada.
Oke, baik nih ntar dicariin loh sama Kang Arik ya. Oke, dari Teh Khadijah apakah ada Teh? Atau sudah cukup?
Kurang satu kita pulang aja ya, langsung balik lagi, nggak itu ya.
Tuh, ayolah teman-teman ditunggu ya kehadirannya semua. Oke, dari Teh Khadijah adakah Teh yang ingin disampaikan? Oke, semangat ya, terus latihan. Oke, mungkin sudah ya cukup untuk pertemuan hari ini. Oke, sekali lagi aku ucapkan terima kasih kepada teman-teman semua dan tentunya juga kepada pemateri hari ini dan juga kepada Teteh hadir, kita tunggu banget. Untuk info selanjutnya bakal kita infokan lebih lanjut di grup ya. Oke teman-teman, sekian dan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Aku Sabila.